call this meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Welcome to the DD Council meeting this morning, everybody. As we begin written and oral testimony. Huh? Who are you? Oh, I'm Sierra Whiteside, the chairperson. Written and oral testimony. Individuals may submit written testimony by U.S. mail or hand delivery at 1010 Richard Street, Suite 122, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813, or by email at hiscdd@doh.hawaii.gov. To ensure that members are able to review testimony prior to the meeting, we encourage interested persons to submit written testimony at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Any written testimony submitted after such time will be retained as part of the record and distributed to members as soon as practicable. But we cannot ensure members will receive it in sufficient time to review prior to any decision making. Individuals may also provide oral testimony at the meeting. Meeting materials are available for review at http://hiddcouncil.org/ddcouncil. Faith, would you be able to do roll call, please?
Okay, Sierra Whiteside, chairperson. Kona,
Here.
self-advocate, in person.
Here.
Ho'opio Okalani Balaz, self-advocate, Oahu, in person. And Chip Chase, Hawaii Disabilities Rights Center, in person. Shauna Cruz, parent from Kauai, in person. Melissa Gibo, Lanikila Pacific, in person. Let's see. Josh Getz, self-advocate, Oahu, in person. Brandy Lynn Hayden, parent, Oahu, in person. Let's see. James Labrie, self-advocate, Oahu, in person. Dr. Ryan Lee, medical director, Department of Health, Developmental Disabilities Division, virtually.
Here.
Amanda Luning, parent, Oahu, virtually.
Here.
Leona Sa McDermott, parent, Kauai, in person. Megan Miller, University of Hawaii, Center on Disability Studies, in person. Alana Souza, Department of Human Services, MedQuest, in person. Christina Valenzuela, Department of Health, Executive Office on Aging, in person. Eden Watabayashi, Department of Health, Children with Special Needs Health Branch, in person. Let's see. I'll do staff. So Faith Nishimura, Secretary for the Council. We have Savannah Peskin, Maui Program Specialist. Chase Silvert, our Community and Legislative Liaison, in person. Zosomo Arista, our Oahu Program Specialist, in person. Amelia Kievich Kanohelani, Kauai Program Specialist, in person. Julia Althoff, Hawaii Island Program Specialist, in person. Then we have Jax Wong, our intern, and Travis Chen, our intern. Dainty Bartoldes, our executive administrator. Let's see, any board members? Okay, so virtually we have Amanda from SPIN.
Aloha.
Thank you, Amanda. Let's see. Guests. April Mira, self-advocate, Oahu. Sori Duncan, self-advocate, Oahu. Ada McFeely, self-advocate, Oahu. Timothy Rankin, self-advocate, our SAC president. Vaipapa Soleai, self-advocate, Oahu. Okay, We have chair. I mean, we have quorum, chair.
Thank you, Faith. Did you introduce the other guests that we have?
And we have Amy Sirivatha from Department of Human Services. And then Irene Kabuloy. Thank you, Irene. Okay, we're good.
Did you announce Amanda online? You did? Okay, I'm gonna give everybody a minute for approval for the April 27th meeting, 2026. It's the choral. How would you describe that? Choral. In your booklet. Can I get a approval, please, after?
Hey folks, this is Daintree. As a reminder, when you go through the minutes, if you don't find anything today, don't worry. Our next meeting or at any time, you could email us at the council, Faith particularly, and make any corrections that you guys want, and we'll bring it up at the next council meeting. So if you didn't get a chance to read it completely, don't worry. Later on, we could always make amendments if you missed something. Thank you.
Does anybody want to approve the minutes? Megan, thank you. And Leona, thank you. I did. Thank you. All right, now we're going to head over to council budget activities, and I'm going to hand it over to Daintree.
Hey folks, so for our budget, I sent out a notice to you folks that we did get our federal fiscal year 27 budget approved. Our ACL funding, and that starts October 1st. And so we're doing well on that one. What we have noticed with our federal funds is that it has been maintained at a certain level, which is good, but it doesn't meet the cost of living that we're experiencing. So this next legislative session, we're going to go to Ledge, and we're going to ask for a couple of our positions to go from federally funded to state funded to allow us more activities with our federal funds. That makes sense to you folks? So we have a majority of our council members are under being paid under our federal grant, but we want to just encumber some more funds through the state to pay it through the state, so it frees up some federal, just in case that continues to be baseline. We won't be able to meet, because with our federal funds, 65% has to go to fringe. So over half of our budget goes to fringe. So if you look at it, $525,000, it looks impressive, but over half of it will go to fringe benefits. So that's what we're looking at. And the state doesn't take quite that high, so it's kind of a win-win for us. So we're going to go to Ledge and ask for that to be done. We already turned in the paperwork. And everything else is the same. Here you go, Chair.
Thank you, Daintree. Now we're going to welcome the new members and confirmed council members. Sheena Cruz. And Chip Chase. Hi, and welcome. Karen Glasser. And Amanda Lunning. Online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome, everybody. And now we're going to head into elections of the officers.
I'm going to walk the mic over to our chair of our nominating committee is Joshua.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm sorry.
So just on behalf of Joshua and just to help him out a little bit. So we sent out an email to all voting council members. So one of the things coming up on the nomination ballot, in order for anyone to run for a third term, they need 2/3 approval from the full entire council membership. So currently we have 21 members, but we have not received 21 votes. So we only have 9 votes. So either way, we can't see whether or not she meets the threshold to include her on the ballot. So as soon as is your computer still rebooting? Okay, well, Joshua, why don't you tell them, or Sierra, if you want to say something about why she wants to run for a third term, and then I can just put it in the chat for the remaining people to get onto.
Okay, Sierra, you sent an email. Do you have that email that you could? Thank you, guys. So according to the bylaws, as Melissa expressed, and as we're waiting, the chair can run for a third term in a row. So we're just waiting.
Third term, yes. Shortened version of it. Here, right here.
Amanda Luning on chat says she apologizes. She was not able to vote before the form was closed. I vote to approve Sierra's nomination to the ballot.
She got the first link, not the second one.
Melissa, I have it if you want me to read it. Okay. So our bylaws provide that an officer may not serve more than 2 consecutive terms unless approved by a 2/3 affirmative vote of the entire membership. I respectfully submit my name to serve 1 additional term as chair. I am making this request because I believe that we are at a critical point in the council's work. Over the past year, we have undertaken several important policies, initiatives that remain unfinished, and I believe continuity in leadership will help ensure these efforts are successfully completed. And should I read? Okay. And that's. I won't go into complete detail, but yes, I would love to run for another term.
The chat has the electronic link for online. So in the chat, these are for council members only. So invited guests will not be voting. Just give her 1 second. She's putting the QR code in the chat.
So Amanda says thank you, the link worked.
It's a lot easier. Okay. I have no idea why you can't paste a QR code. Yes, you could share your screen. My apologies.
There we go. Yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else can see it, but we look good.
Okay, sorry. We have 11 responses submitted so far. If you are in the room, the QR code should take you to the online ballot. So,
Do I vote again?
No, if you've already voted, your vote has already been counted. It's really, we're just trying to make sure that we have at least 2/3 of the entire membership providing input about whether or not Sierra can be allowed onto the ballot before we actually vote for officers. 17 members today. So we need. Okay. Okay, so we're just waiting for 3 more responses. Yeah. Yes. So if you've already submitted a vote, it is safe to assume your vote has already been captured into the poll. And actually, with the 15 responses submitted, 16 thus far, Sierra is approved to be included on the ballot. So give me 1 second, and then we will get your ballot up for the general nomination. So 2/3 of the entire voting council, not only the people present today, would have been 14 members, and 15 members approved. So we 100% have the approval. Okay, so okay, so for those of you in the Zoom meeting, I'm putting into the chat now. Okay, so one second. Okay, so on the official DD Council ballot form, which there is a link to now, and actually Joshua, if you can run through who is nominated for the council chair positions based on the nominations we received, including Sierra's approval for the chair position.
As of now, the 2 who are now elected into DD Council chair position is Sierra Whiteside and James Labrie. Computer, but I think if I have some downtime, I can work with her to try to coordinate that system that she's kind of got into my laptop, but it's difficult because my laptop's got PUBG and it's touchscreen. You didn't get the coffee yet.
to ask James.
Yeah. There you go.
James, I'm going to hand you the mic so you can share with us why you'd like to be chair.
Okay, James, do we do it to all the next ones too, or just James at this time?
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is James Ludwig. One of the particularly my main reason to run for chair is my passion is to speak up for people or those who cannot speak for themselves, even though they have a voice, but maybe because they have a fear of being judged by those who just look at them for their disability. And another one top of my priorities is to lead those people with disabilities for housing or any type of medical needs such as wheelchair. And why my main concern would be getting a wheelchair is, as you guys could all see, I don't know if you guys all remember, I was in a power chair in the past. I'm still trying to fight to get my power chair, and my medical insurance is gonna leave the island come December 31st. And so I would honestly, truthfully hate to see people go without medical insurance, because it would just be a stressful matter to live without insurance. Thank you all.
Yeah. What do you think?
Okay, so the committee is discussing, and maybe we should just call for opinion from the rest of the council, because we apologize in trying to get the ballot up that we didn't allow for both candidates to share their nominations. Would you like us to clear the poll and everyone just re-vote? Clear poll? Okay. Okay. So the linguist should still actually, while I'm trying to clear the responses, we have two nominations for vice chair. We have Brandilyn Hayden and Ann Chipchase. So we will. Yeah, no, we're not voting. I'm going to clear the responses for all of the ballots, and then we will open the floor to all. I'll just unclick accept responses. so for now, you can vote.
Good morning, everybody. I am running for this office predominantly, about half-half, for my good and for what I might be able to do for people that we serve, people with developmental disabilities. I work for Hawaii Disability Rights Center, and it seems that the rest of my life is going to be devoted to helping people with disabilities. And this is an area that I've been on the board now for 4 years. 4 years, right? And I'm just really beginning to understand the torture that some people are forced to go through. And my job And frankly, my joy is to help those people to get what they deserve. Not necessarily to slam the people who are, being difficult on the other side, although I have to admit sometimes that is kind of joyful too. But everybody deserves a fair break. And people who haven't gotten one at birth or shortly thereafter, maybe I think deserve a little more. And that's why I'm in this. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we're not voting until after everybody. So we figured we'll let everybody share and then we will. Yeah, just sure.
No, it's going to come on.
So June's gonna move that to you, so I'll let you know.
Aloha everyone, I'm Brandy Makalani Hayden. I'm a parent advocate from Oahu. I want to first say I have the utmost respect for Anne, and I don't know, I think somebody nominated me, so thank you for your trust in me. I did serve as vice chair in the past, not this past year, but the year before, and it was such an honor to serve and to be a support to Sierra and James. I would love to do that again if given the chance, and I hate that I'm running with Anna because she's amazing. I think she could do such a better job than me, but I am more than willing to serve and support Sierra and or James in the coming year. And like Anne, I know my life will be devoted to the service of people living with developmental disabilities. So thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, everybody. I'm Karen Glasser. I am a program manager at United Cerebral Palsy Association of Hawaii. Mainly, I said if that position is vacant, I would be happy to fill it because I would be happy to support this secretary. Sorry. I've been doing work in this space for heading on 20 years. It's been my joy as well. Thank you, Anne, for that word. Before working with little kids with developmental delays and or disabilities, I worked with older kiddos and adults. And so this is a very different viewpoint. But if we start when they're young, when our kiddos are young, we can do so much. They can have so much. They can be so much. I have been witness to the most incredible growth, the most incredible people, both with and without disabilities I've worked with in this space. So it would be my pleasure to continue to support the council.
And then James, do you want to open the floor for anybody to nominate anything else?
Can I use the mic, please?
We're going to open the floor to any nominations.
Other than the folks already nominated.
Yeah.
So if no other nominations, I will open the ballot for voting.
Okay.
1 second. Give me
Don't
1
all jump on your
second.
phones.
Yeah, okay. I will tell you when it is open. Almost time.
Oh, it's okay. Next year might be better. I just need to work with you a little more.
Okay. So the ballot is, you tell her the ballot is open.
The ballot is open for online and non-online voting.
Oh, and I need to get the thing back up. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Nevertheless, it's good coordination. And,
So for those of you who need the link again, get back into the form.
Only council members can vote.
No, not yet. We're just reminding people. Yeah. We only have 13 responses submitted, and Faith, you said we have 18 people? 17 members present today. So once we hit 17 responses, that would mean all members have voted.
Yes.
But we have 3 more pending votes.
So we got 3 wild cards.
Joker in the deck.
Yeah.
Do you have your thing on Wi-Fi?
Yeah, it went really quickly last time. I'm not sure why this time.
Might be because everybody in the room is jamming up the Wi-Fi. I have mine on airplane mode, so I'm not pulling Wi-Fi signal.
Can you go in from? Okay. I will do the vote for you, Raymond. Okay, hold on. Hi, Raymond, can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to, let me see. I think I made it. Okay. Sure.
When's gonna be on?
Okay, so. Hi, Raymond. Okay, so if you want to tell me who you want to vote for chair, I can put your vote in. Would you, like James or Sierra?
You could write them down.
Okay. And for vice chair, would you like Anne Shipcheese or Brandy Lynn Hyden? For vice chair, the nominees are Anne Shipcheese and Brandy Lynn Hyden. Who would you like to vote for? Okay. And then Karen Glasser is running unopposed for secretary. Would you like to submit your vote for Karen? Okay. Is there, I think that's it. Your vote has been submitted.
15.
Okay, bye-bye.
I don't get it.
So we have 2 more responses. Oh, it's still loading.
It seems like we got. So it's 53-47.
Let me see, the votes are all capturing.
15 submit responses, so.
And then, so we have 2 more votes outstanding. Is anybody else having issues with the vote? Of 16, we're missing 1 response. Actually, I'm trying to think, so bad at math. You have 7,
We got
no, 17,
17.
you have 17, right?
Oh, the Raymond is 18.
Yeah.
18.
Yeah, 18 with Raymond.
So that would mean 9 is 50.
9 is 50%.
Yeah.
So you need above 9. You need at least 10 to,
So if
for a clear
17,
winner.
if we have 17 responses submitted,
And then you're good.
then we're good, right?
Yeah.
Because 1 more response.
It's also good that you have 17, so it's not a.
It's
it
not.
can't
No,
be
but
a
she said
tie.
we have 18.
Well, yeah, but if you have 17, and that's okay.
So, but with the 17, so with the 18
No,
person,
Brittany.
would it give us the 50-50?
It
No.
could.
Yes, it could.
Yeah,
Because it's an
17.
even number.
Yeah.
So what happens if we have 18 voting members?
They don't want to, somebody doesn't have to.
So if somebody abstains, then this is the final vote. So then, Joshua, you have your. Sorry, we had to work through this logistics. That part is not a light off.
We said no when we signed up that we had to have mass skill chain tree.
This is where the vice president does the tiebreaker.
Chat, Melissa, to make sure nobody puts up in the chat.
If you don't use the microphone, the people on the Facebook Live can't hear you.
I'll check the chat. and make sure that, okay. So we're okay in the chat. So nominating committee, use your microphone, make sure when you talk.
Okay, the results moving forward. The ballots have been all casted. DD Council Chair is Sierra Whiteside with 53% votes. DD Council Vice Chair is Ann Chip Chase with 59% votes. Secretary is Karen Glasser, 100% votes. Thanks everyone for voting.
So voting business is officially concluded.
Thank you, nominating committee, and thank you, everybody. I am excited for this next term. Yes. Yes, please. Thank you, Zos. Carol, would you like to introduce yourself, please? You are muted.
Hi, my name is Carol Zoom. I'm in Maui, Hawaii, and I work with Wheelers and other organizations. Thank you so much, Savannah and Shay, for inviting me.
Thank you, Carol. We're glad to have you here. And next up is new business, and that is Daintree, state plan.
Hey folks, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. As you guys are aware, we've been working on our new 5-year state plan. And give me one moment here. I'll explain that in one sec. Thanks, Sierra, very much. So it is in your booklet. So the one that's out on your booklet, in your booklet, is the state plan that we sent out. We went ahead and we shared it with over 800 different emails, and also at different events. We received 37 responses back, and with recommendations of different ways to share it. Different suggestions, there we go, on different recommendations of what they would like us to do with our state plan. Let me see here, enlarge this. Sorry, it takes a little bit for me to do this. Okay, everyone could see that okay on the screen? Okay. So just to go through the notice of public review and comment meetings, we're mandated to do this. It's from our federal law. The council convened community input meetings in the counties of Hawaii, Kauai, Maui, and Oahu. The council staff and areas of interest committees compiled and reviewed the community input and formatted goals and objectives on the input. So we submitted the drafts. I'll try to go slow a little bit while I scroll up here. These are the schedule of public review and comment and meetings. All of this has to be documented this way as a federal mandate for our federal grant. Moving down. Okay. When we sent out, you'll notice in the booklet, why did it do that? Not sure why I did that. You could notice in the booklet that we did include within it our key activities. And so those have been compiled with your recommendations, but we're not going to discuss the activities at this meeting today. For our submission that's due, I don't know why this keeps doing this, guys. For our submission to the federal government, it has to be our goals and objectives only. So later we'll talk about our, sorry, I'm just distracted by my blank screen. Later we'll talk about our activities. I'm going to maybe ask one of my interns here to say, why is my computer doing this? Okay, let's try it again. Share. Who's John Galveston keeps sharing the screen? Is that you guys over there? Olelo? Oh, oh, shit. Shoot. Oh, don't leave. I left. Oh, great. What do I do?
Stop allowing people to
Zos, can you kick that person out? Okay.
And don't allow sharing on your screen, Daintree.
Oh. Can somebody help me? I got scared. Okay. Sign. Oh. Well. Sosimo, you're supposed to be watching that. What the heck? Don't we have to let him, they're supposed to let him into the room. How did they get in the room? All right, let's try this again. That was very disturbing. All right. Shit. I am so sorry, guys. I have a nervous chuckle when I get embarrassed or nervous or frustrated. I just laugh first. So I apologize. I know it's not funny. Okay. All right. So, as I was saying, within our booklet, you'll notice that the state plan that we shared had key activities. For the purpose of our, what we're going to do is I'm going to go over this with you folks, and we're going to submit this to the federal government, okay? So this is the final that I'm going to get your votes on. However, we could still modify anything in here as long as it doesn't change the intent of the goal or the objective. Okay? So here we go. My hands are shaking like that. I keep looking up there, making sure nothing. So I apologize. Okay. So our goals and objectives. Now, this is called, we go by the federal fiscal year, And it starts October 1st, 2026, and it will end September 30th, 2031. Okay, that's our 5-year state plan. So it's called Federal Fiscal Year 2027 to 2031. All right. Goal education and leadership. By 2031, individuals with developmental disabilities and their families will increase their advocacy, leadership, and self-determination skills through education, training, and engagement opportunities supported by the council. Objective 1. So it's 1.1. So it's goal 1, objective 1. So it's objective 1.1, leadership, and this is for self-advocacy. I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit. In the past, people have said we've put self-advocates in their families. Now we really want to switch them out, separate them. So we want really a goal to work with self-advocates, and the next 5 years we want to work with families. We really haven't separated and worked with families, and that's something that came to the council that we want to make sure families and caregivers know what's happening so they could support the individual. So when they come home and say, oh, I'm going to go talk to the legislators about this, and the mom's like, oh my gosh, wait, what? So we want to make sure that they understand so we could support our advocates to have their voice. Thank you, Zos, for getting on that one. All right, so annually, the council will strengthen self-advocacy by supporting at least one self-advocacy organization led by individuals with developmental disabilities and providing opportunities for self-advocates to develop leadership skills through training, peer mentoring, and participation in cross-disability partnerships. For families, annually, the council will provide education and training that increases the ability of the family member to advocate for themselves and their family members by family members with developmental disabilities, including developing skills to prepare and present public testimony. Education and awareness. Annually, the council will increase awareness among individuals with developmental disabilities, their families, community organizations, and public agencies of the council's mission, responsibilities, initiatives, and available resources that support self-advocacy, systems change, and self-determined lives. Where this goal came out of is there's many times when we introduce ourselves, we were at the council, and as a board member, we're a council, I'm on the DD council, and they're like, what's that? We've never heard of you folks before. So this is going to help us just make sure people understand who we are and what our mission is and vision. We are required by the DD Act 2000 and also within state law and public law to support state agencies, all state agencies that have anything at all to do with people with developmental disabilities, which should be every single state agency, right? So that's just a matter of, and you'll see the other goals coming up, how we're going to be addressing this as well. Again, I'm really distracted by these interruptions that people are coming into our Zoom, so I apologize if I'm a little disoriented here. Yeah, so OPO's asking, how do people get into our meetings? And we're trying to figure out, because we have to invite people in. So there is a waiting room. Public law mandates that because of the Sunshine Law, we have open meetings. So anybody is allowed to. So we can't necessarily say, hide our link and ask people, you have to ask for the link. Because we have it online, because we offer it virtual and in person, we have to post that link. However, we thought we had a safeguard that we had to let people in, but these people somehow are jumping in. So we have Che and Zosimo, and we're trying to figure out how to make sure we block these people from coming in. Right. But we had a wait room, so we thought we set up a safeguard, but that's something we're going to have to go back to the table on. Okay. Goal number 2 is systems change, formal and informal supports. So what we have to do is advocate not only for formal supports, but also informal. So Hawaii residents with developmental disabilities, their families and stakeholders will increase their knowledge of formal and informal supports and services and how these resources can meet the interests, needs, and preferences of individuals with developmental disabilities. So this is our biggest goal that we have. We have 4 objectives. So it's goal 2, so your first objective will 2 representing goal 2 and the first objective 1. So 2.1, transition supports. Annually, the council will provide education and resource opportunities that increase the knowledge of individuals with developmental disabilities and their families regarding host disabled participant share screening. Oh, I see. Okay. So I'm just going to read it to you folks at this time. So what do I do, Che? We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, guys. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. And so we'll be back at 9:10. 10:10. 10:10, people. 10:10. Thank you. Our pastries, coffee, water, juice. We're at 2 point. All right, folks, we're at 2.1, transition supports. Annually, the council will provide education and resource opportunities that increase the knowledge of individuals with developmental disabilities and their families regarding supports and services available to assist with transition across a lifespan. Feel free to raise your hands or interject on Zoom as well. You guys just talk out loud because I might miss a hand raised. If you have any suggestions, corrections, or any questions, okay, as I read through them. I'll be looking up and stuff, but if I miss somebody, please speak up because this is your plan, not mine. This is the DD Council. This is from everybody's input. The staff have helped facilitate it, but this board, this is your guys' plan. So if you don't feel comfortable with it or have any questions, we need to know, okay? Employment. Annually, the council will provide education and resource opportunities that increase the knowledge of individuals with developmental disabilities and their families regarding employment-related supports, services, and opportunities. Okay, and again, we're keeping this broad, and when we get our activities down, they'll be much more concrete. But we wanted to keep it broad enough as things emerge throughout the year, we could add in an activity to address it. Objective number 2.3, a resource app. By September 30th, 2031, the council will have facilitated the development and implementation of an accessible resource application that improves access to formal and informal supports and services for individuals with developmental disabilities, their families, and community stakeholders. Now, this resource app, you might ask, only for people with developmental disabilities? No, it's going to include other disabilities as well. So it's going to be a network. But for our purposes, it will definitely be for individuals with developmental disabilities. But we are joining the disability network to add other resources in it. Objective 2.4, collaboration. When I met with the self-advocate group on Kauai, as well as on Maui, I believe it was, collaboration was a difficult word. They wanted something more like teamwork or building relationships and that sort of stuff. In the DD Act, they use the term collaboration. So that word, we have to work on our advocates to make sure they understand what collaboration means. I wasn't able to change that word for our state plan. Did I say that correctly? Okay. Annually, the council will convene and facilitate collaboration among individuals with developmental disabilities, family members, state and county agencies, community organizations, and other stakeholders to identify barriers and develop collaborative solutions to emerging issues affecting underserved individuals with developmental disabilities. And we're going to begin. This one here is up for discussion. I put this in there beginning with the justice system, but that's actually an activity. So that might go down to an activity because that's something we wanted to focus on because the key here is the underserved. So we're looking at individuals that aren't being served in a formal program at this time, the underserved, okay? So I'm thinking that we might have to remove that. That should be an activity. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Okay. I know that was important to you because that's something that we haven't been addressing, the justice system, but I believe that's going to go down to an activity. Chair, so it looks like everyone's nodding here. Any comments, you guys? Feel free to put it in the chat or you can speak up that we're going to put that to an activity. Okay? All right. Thanks, guys. Now, this is our last goal. This is goal 3, and it's capacity building. By 2031, individuals with developmental disabilities and their families will be meaningfully included in state and county planning, community development, and public policy discussion that affect their lives. Okay? So once again, it's to make sure that individuals with a developmental disability, they're addressed at the table. How this came about, folks, is if during emergency preparedness activities, what they had was, this is for the state of Hawaii, here's our emergency plan. And over here, we're going to have an interagency plan for those with disabilities. We don't want separate plans for people with disabilities. We want to be included in the plans from the get-go. Emergency preparedness, Department of Transportation, everything. So we want to be at the table. So this is what we're working on. This is what we do, but we've never addressed it in a goal, okay? So that's where that's coming from. 3.1, strategic planning. Annually, the council will provide recommendations on at least one state or county strategic plan, policy, or planning initiative to promote the inclusion of individuals with developmental disabilities in their families. According to our state law, we are supposed to be reviewing strategic plans from other agencies and departments. And so we have our areas of emphasis. That's something that they're going to have to look at. What is the Department of Transportation saying? The Department of Education, Division of Vocational Rehab. So those kind of things. So we want to make sure that we're reviewing those and how's it going along. Now, of course, we're not going to be able to review everyone, so we have to look at our priorities, and that's how we're going to discuss. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. The mic's not working? In a second, we're going to get our speaker working so we could hear in the room. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, I'm just going to talk a little bit and not say anything worth voting on or something. So again, we're going to go through this. This is our last one. So we had three different goals. And we're trying to get our mic working here. Okay, people on Zoom, I need to know if you guys cannot hear me, please put in the chat if you can't hear me. All right, so I'm not seeing anything come up in the chat, so I'm going to assume you guys can hear me okay? And so those are our 3 goals that I went over with you folks. By nodding of the heads, I got approval to remove the justice, and we're going to put that down as an activity. So let me just go stop share. So let me go right here. I'm stop sharing. Okay. So that yes.
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
I just wanted to say that I think I understand what you mean about moving the justice system to an activity, and I that's fine. I agree. What I think, though, is meant to be emphasized that perhaps isn't in the language when discussing underserved is undiagnosed. And I think that when we talk about service or provisions of care, there are a lot of folks that are receiving, let's say, services or care in systems that are inappropriate because they are undiagnosed. And I think that is a part of that emphasis, perhaps. And I don't know that I feel that's really captured as the purpose, but perhaps we could work on that a little bit. And the reason, you know, an area like criminal justice or the justice system would be emphasized is because there are a lot of people that are in those settings, in rehabilitation settings, in substance abuse treatment settings, and mental health settings that have undiagnosed developmental disabilities. And so we're trying to work on kind of reconciling some of that to get people into the right systems of care with the right diagnosis.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm just looking at that.
I don't think we have to do it at this moment, and I'll try to provide some written comment on that.
I see. So that's something that, to making sure that we have assessment tools. I'm looking over at Amelia, to be honest with you, and Julia, my staff over there, everyone on my right-hand side here, because I think that could be an activity about screenings or being able to identify individuals with developmental disabilities. See what I'm saying? I'm bringing in Amelia, Mike.
I think what she's saying is that she wants in the goal wording to have underserved populations, but to maybe elaborate on that and what it really means and looks like. Because underserved in what way?
So goal number 3, capacity building, looking at the opportunity to look at diagnosis.
So Daintree,
Right, and the fact that diagnosis doesn't always happen in a timely fashion for everyone in their lifespan.
So this is Melissa. My recommendation, Daintree, and to the council staff is under goal 2, because it is addressing systems change. And it says that Hawaii residents with IDD, their families will increase knowledge of available formal and informal supports. So maybe not only of the formal and informal supports, but maybe we should also add in appropriate supports, so that when you look at the objective 2.4 under collaboration, that one of the key activities, not only about emerging issues, can be about participation in work groups that look at the appropriateness of the ties or the the service component, and whether they are being served by the appropriate departments or divisions. And maybe
and perhaps our overall diagnostic capacity. Yeah.
Thank you guys for that. So let's let me scroll back up to goal number 2. And so the goal, we're going to put one more time, Melissa. So goal number 2, systems change. Formal and informal, comma, and appropriate supports. Right here, just put appropriate. Oh, okay.
Appropriate formal and appropriate informal.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appropriate formal. Okay. All right, and then we could add in other things and activities later on. Amanda, you're okay with that?
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you. And I see everyone's head nodding in the room here, so we'll make that change. Okay, I did leave one thing off. I'm sorry. Public engagement. I talked about, let's just go. Objective 3.2, community planning. The council will participate in at least one community development or planning initiative to ensure individuals with developmental disabilities and their families are represented in planning and decision making. So again, we just said at least one. A lot of times we do things in each county, so it could be up to 4, but we wanted to just keep something at a baseline to work on, so at least one every year. Objective 3.3, public engagement. Annually, the council will partner with self-advocates, family members in the DD network, partners, community organizations to conduct a statewide day at the Capitol and legislative event. We changed the word forum to event deliberately because sometimes it's a forum, we're looking at having a fair, we're looking at having a talk story. So we didn't want to always label it as a forum, but it will be a legislative interaction of some sort. So that's why we said event. In each county, that increases opportunities for policymakers to hear directly from individuals with developmental disabilities and their families. So if you remember goal 1, we're going to work with individuals about advocacy, having a voice, the family members, preparing them, and then goal 3 is the actual implementation. All right, I'm done there. Okay, so far so good, knock on wood. All right, that's all I have for you folks at this time. Thank you so much. And so this will be submitted. This is just one part of it. When you submit your 5-year state plan, there's a lot of other elements in it. There's 5 different areas, and I'll share that with the council, the PDF, when it's submitted. But the big part for the council was to come up with your state plan, and thank you, everybody, for all your contributions and going to the hearings. It is greatly appreciated. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Daintree. Next up is legislative report. Jay Silver.
Okay. Hello, everybody. All right, this is working. All right. Hi, everybody. This is Chase Over. I'm our community and legislative liaison. I don't have a page number for you, but you're looking for a white page. I think it's going to be technically page 11. It'll say page 10 on the left. It follows the. Oh, this is page 11. That's the best I can give you. And it looks like this. Hopefully that's helpful. But anyways, it's a pretty comprehensive legislative report because we tried to do the closeout for the entire year. You folks have heard me speak at length about all the different measures that we worked on throughout the session, which ones passed. The main update for this is that of the 3 measures that we worked on that had technically passed conference, they have now become law. So they all have act numbers. So our disability integration specialist is Act 133. Our adult changing tables measure turned into Act 102. And our community care foster family homes turned into Act 199. So really the biggest update is that technically all of our bills had passed conference the last time that we had met. Now they've all been signed into law by the governor. We didn't have any bill signing ceremonies, but that was to be expected this year. They signaled that there wasn't a lot of time to do bill signing ceremonies. But so now, thankfully everything that we worked on passed. We did have 2 other initiatives that did not technically pass through the legislative session, which was the Smart 911 and the Medicaid buy-in / the Ticket to Work program. And the reason that these didn't pass was mainly just because as the legislative process continued, it was determined that they didn't actually need to become law. We had discussions with legislatures, with stakeholders, and for example, with the Smart 911, we started working very closely with the Smart 911 board to express the needs of what a Smart 911 would do and why it would be useful. So now we can just work with the 911 board and make sure whatever avenue they decide and whatever is best for them also includes the needs of our community and what the council has been asking for. And it's a very similar thing for the Medicaid buy-in program or the Ticket to Work, is that DHS came to the table and basically said, you don't need to pass a law. We can just do this for you folks. We understand the need. And so they did implement a program, the Ticket to Work program, which now basically anybody who is already Medicaid eligible, so long as you're working, you can keep your Medicaid eligibility. It's as simple as that. So if you do run into any roadblocks or you run into any issues and that isn't working out for you, or someone where that's not happening, just let us know and we can help make sure that that's okay. We're trying to work as kind of like a liaison for new programs. We'd also say that, typically with new programs, there's an implementation period. So if you do run into problems, it is not that the system's broken or it's not working for you. This is a new program that DHS is doing. There's going to be hiccups. I just ask everyone to work with us and we can make sure that they know and we can get everything remedied. But yeah, so that is our legislative report. It was a very successful year. We put in 5 measures, and even though only technically 3 passed, I would consider all 5, spiritually passed for their intent and purposes. So that's a weird word for me, but I'm trying it out. But yeah, so all of our measures passed to some extent, and I also want to thank everybody because I know members of the council, but also our staff. Everybody pitched in. They spoke with their local legislators, especially the Neighbor Island folks. Council members, helped providing testimony and educate people. And I can't stress enough that day at the Capitol, the mock hearings, those things really do make an impact on passing our legislation. I can't tell you the amount of times that legislators have told me, I went to your mock hearing and I heard X person talk about this, and that's the reason they're passing it, which hurts my ego a little bit because I like to think that I have something to do with it. But they always talk about how the mock hearings really convince them, and they like hearing from the advocates specifically on the issues and things like that. So I just wanted to highlight while I could that, those are very meaningful times, and I still appreciate everyone's efforts. And that is my legislative report. And the report itself is much more detailed. So if anyone has, questions or anything like that, I can answer anything in the report. But those are the things I wanted to highlight.
Thank you, Che. Anybody have any questions right now for Che? No? Next up, we're going to move up to updates and reports from the on agency activities. Megan?
There we go. This should be working better. Okay, so we're at the beginning of the goldenrod section for the Center on Disability Studies in the Hawaii U said. Just a couple of things that I will mention. One is that at CDS, we are starting in on a strategic planning process for the next 5 years, so kind of similar to what Daintree was just outlining, identifying kind of how we want to move forward as a center. And what priorities are. So if you have any input or feedback on what kinds of things you think CDS should be addressing, please feel free to reach out and we'll have opportunities for input along the way. We're also going to be searching for an associate director this academic year. So we'll keep you updated on what comes with that. And then just an update that many of you probably know, Dr. Holly Monastery, and she's going to be retiring from CDS in December. So you will see that the Community Advisory Council, which she has facilitated these last several years, Dr. Nicole Schlack will be taking over facilitation of the CAC. So that's a sad but also exciting transition, and we'll miss Holly very much. And three other quick things. We did receive a renewed contract from DVR to continue the Work Incentive Planning and Assistance, or WIPA program. So I've just included some information about how people can access that by phone or email so that we can continue providing those services. Our team can. We are just in the final days of collecting some survey information, and you can't access the links on this paper form, but in the electronic copy, to get a little feedback on our website. We want to make it more user-friendly, more family-friendly. So if you have any input that you'd like to share with us, please feel free to give us feedback and fill out that short survey. And then finally, we received our 4th year of funding for the Hawaii U said, which is good news. Like Daintree was mentioning earlier, flat funded from the prior year, but funded. So that's a relief. It's also, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but it looks somewhat promising that you said funding will be available in the coming year as well, but we're still waiting for all of the appropriations processes to go through at the federal level. But some promising signals. I think that's all I have. PACRIM, we will be looking to hold the 2027 PACRIM in early March, but no dates yet, so it'll be moved up. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. Anybody have any questions for Megan? No? Okay. Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, Pina, she is not here, but you can refer to your booklet. Page 4. Of the golden. I'm trying to figure out the color. I'm sorry. Goldenrod. Yes. So next up would be Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Department of Education. Alicia Kim. Okay, no report and no attendance. Next up is Department of Health designated state agencies. DDD. Dr. Lee, Ryan Lee. And
Hello, everybody.
Zoom.
Hi, Sierra. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Lee. I'm the medical director at DDD and the acting administrator. Thanks for having me. Few updates. The DDD continues to work with the MedQuest division on implementing our waiver renewal, which was recently approved. And so we're looking at some of those new services to implement. In addition, we're discussing ways to implement some of the new law that involves CCFFHs. So we're gathering some of the stakeholders to figure out how to make that work for people to increase residential capacity. We had a presentation on July 7th that collaborates with the University of Hawaii on what's called the DDD Fact Book. It describes the population that DDD serves and the services in our organization. So it was an info session that involved case managers and some other stakeholders in how to use that tool to support community engagement. We may hold more of those sessions if interested. This week, July 27th through July 31st, we are doing training largely for case managers at DDD on how to utilize dashboards that have tools on them for identifying unreported adverse events that occur using Medicaid claims data. We hope that that tool allows for improvement in detection of any adverse events that occur in the community that we were not aware of. And it helps program waiver programs and also other programs to support people better. We are also working on some amendments to the HAR. We realize this is going to be a long process, but we feel that this is important. And so we're investing some time into making those amendments to the administrative rules that we feel need to get done. And then lastly, we convened a meeting among DDD leadership and have been discussing division-wide activities regarding program integrity. We know that Hawaii is placed in the spotlight recently for some fraud, waste, and abuse, and we wanted to just look into our own program and how we can perhaps do better in looking at our policies and procedures and improve our program integrity in light of what we heard. And so that's it for me for an update, and I'll take any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions in the room? Dr. Lee, would you be able to go a little further into the intake process that you have?
Sure. What would you like to hear about it, beginning to end, or?
Sure, please.
Okay. So Sierra asked about the intake process for the DDD eligibility, and usually what happens is somebody in the community will have an inquiry on DDD and make a phone call to one of our intake offices. We have one on each island, at least one on each island, and we have a centrally located one on Oahu. So the phone call will be received. We'll speak to them about their question about DDD. And if they're interested in applying, we provide them more information on how to apply. That information is also online on our website on the How to Apply booklet that's available. So then we assist them with the process of acquiring documentation related to DDD eligibility. And that involves usually identifying diagnosis such as a developmental or intellectual disability, and also other standardized testing or other supporting documents that might support an eligibility determination for DDD. Once those documents are gathered, then and an application is signed, then it's submitted to the DDD Eligibility Determination Committee, who meets weekly to receive any of those applications. And they review the documents, review the request for eligibility, and render a decision, either eligible or not. Once they're, say, determined eligible for DDD, then they get the applicant, who is now a participant in DDD, has their case transferred to a case manager at a case management unit throughout the state. It's usually located closely to wherever they are residing. And the case manager then contacts the individual and begins the process of starting an ISP, or individualized support plan, based on the person's self-directed goals. And then they apply for something. If they're eligible, they apply, or if they think they're going to be eligible, apply for something called the Medicaid 1915C waiver for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. That's through DHS. And then that process begins a second application to the DHS, who renders a decision on whether or not they're eligible for waiver services. If they are, then they receive eligibility for the waiver, and then waiver services can then begin. And that's the general process. DDD is responsible
Dr.
for
Lee, would you be able-
DDD eligibility, and DHS, or the DHS is responsible for Medicaid waiver eligibility. Go ahead. That was
Would you be able to go back to what you were saying about the was it DHS? I think that was what you were saying.
Oh, yeah. So there's two separate eligibilities. One of them is for DDD, and the second one is for the waiver. And DDD renders a decision on DDD eligibility, and DHS, federal government, MedQuest, DHS, renders a decision on waiver eligibility.
Julia Altoff has a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Julia Altoff, and I am the DD Council's program specialist for Hawaii Island. And I've been supporting some self-advocates who are applying for DDD services. And I was wondering about that time period between when someone is determined eligible for DDD services and when they because then they have to go through a waiver application. Which
Correct.
Again is going to add more time to them being able to receive services, because we've been told that they cannot receive any DDD services until after the waiver application process. And so I'm just wondering, how does that conform with the spirit of 333F that says that the determination needs to happen within 30 days of the application?
Yeah, so the determination for DDD eligibility has to happen within 30 days of the application. And once that occurs, there is a period of wait, I suppose, as you're saying, because according to the HAR, eligibility for the waiver requires three things. They're required to be, number one, eligible for DDD, number two, eligible for Medicaid, and thirdly, they need to meet criteria for what's called an institutional care facility for individuals with intellectual disability level of care, which is determined by MedQuest. And so for those three things to be met, the waiver application is submitted and determined. They cannot receive waiver services unless they're eligible for waiver, but they do receive case management immediately, or within 5 days of being DDD eligible. They'll receive case management services. But in order to access waiver services, the CMS waiver services that have been approved by CMS, they need to be waiver eligible. We cannot provide waiver services without that eligibility. There
Right.
would be-
So,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to interrupt.
Yeah. No, I'm just stating kind of, what is obvious maybe that they can't receive the waiver services unless they're waiver eligible.
Right. Now, we were looking at the handbook, and there are the two other services in the handbook that are mentioned. One was LASR. I can't remember the name of the other one. And it says if somebody is not waiver eligible, then they could receive those state-funded services.
Correct.
Right. And so if I'm working with self-advocates who have not yet been determined whether or not they're eligible, then obviously they don't have waiver services. So I assume that they would then qualify for those laser services or the other.
You are right. Yeah, it's not as robust of a package, obviously, because the
Right.
waiver services are where majority of our services are provided. But yes, you're right. They have access to state-funded services and programs through laser and others.
All right. And I wonder if all the case managers are aware of that, because we were told that services until you're either accepted or rejected by the waiver.
That's not true. And, I can correct that case manager, but we do have participants who do access those services as they're waiting for the waiver, or that never
great.
get accepted into the waiver.
Right,
They
right.
can access those services. So it's active, it's happening now.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, I have another question. And this is Melissa from Lanakila Pacific. So when we're looking at DDD eligibility and what DDD allows as support prior to Medicaid eligibility, because Medicaid and how we assess and how the intake packet talks about 3 standard deviations, and because of what would be presumptive for Medicaid eligibility by diagnostic criteria, almost everybody who applies will be Medicaid eligible. So really what we're saying for laser supports is that it's just a waiting period before you get into Medicaid, but it is not intended to serve people who meet DD criteria under the federal definition prior to Medicaid eligibility.
So
I want to just make sure I'm understanding correctly in terms of how all of these
I-
pieces are lining up.
Yeah, I believe you are. I believe you're interpreting it correctly, Melissa.
Okay, so if
because
that's
the state-funded program and laser services are not intended to sort of replace or even be equal to the waiver services that they'll
correct.
get.
So, but in the way that it is being applied, because presumptively, based on DDD's eligibility criteria, the only thing that would disallow you from Medicaid is income. But that's not the
Perhaps. I can't-
intent of the DDD services under laser, which would be for Medicaid ineligible, not because of income, but because of the threshold of support needs.
Right. So, I can't comment on that that difference that you're talking about, but that would have to be MedQuest that comments on that. But you're right, the majority of individuals in DDD do meet Medicaid waiver eligibility. I believe we have like 98 or 99% of our population in DDD are in the waiver. So there's very few that don't meet waiver eligibility.
So prior to the Macon settlement and the application of getting people into the waiver, the majority of people served by DDD under personal care or PCAS and PICL, things that predate the laser, they were not in the waiver. So I'm just trying to understand how all of these policy implementations are being applied and how, as the council, we are doing our due diligence to make sure that people who need support are, right, we went through the whole strategic plan and looking at appropriateness and access to the support. So I'm just trying to make sure that I understand and the council understands what the state office positions are between DDD and Medicaid.
Thank you, Melissa. Anything on that, Dr. Lee?
Oh, I didn't know that there was a question on that. Yeah, I mean, I heard you. I hear you, but
Okay. So, the executive board has been working on a letter to the governor because we are concerned about the intake, the intent of the intake, that it appears to be that DDD serves people only at the institutional level of care. That's their criteria. And as Dr. Lee had stated, about 98% of the individuals that come in are at that level. That was not the intent of the Developmental Disability Division. According to the law, they're to be serving people at the institutional level and that are not at the institutional level of care. So we do have that concern. So to let the council members know, we are working with the DD division. Before we send a letter out to the governor or other agencies, we want to meet with them first for fact finding to make sure that they understand where we're coming from and we understand where they're coming from, because there is a disconnect there. So there has been times that we have heard the DD division say, we were created to serve the population of who were in my model, and we're closing. Did I say that correctly, Dr. Lee?
I'm not sure if that was stated. I didn't state it, but yeah, anyways.
No, not that you stated it,
Yeah.
but the Developmental Disability Division stated that they were to serve individuals at the institutional level of care.
Well, I think that, you know, like I said, our intake and eligibility determination does not take into account institutional level of care. That's not part of our criteria in 333F. That's not in our HAR either. So that is not part of our determination process at all. That's
But
part of
when you
MedQuest
say
determination process at DHS. That is their eligibility criteria at MedQuest, but not ours.
Okay, I'm sorry to wordsmith, but when you say that the person has to be 3 standard deviations, that is at the institutional level of care, correct?
It could be. It could be. Usually it is. But that's not what we use to make that determination. We don't make our eligibility based upon ICF or institutional level of care. We have both. We have people in DDD that meet institutional level care and that don't.
Correct, but 98% of them do, correct?
Yeah, I think it happens to be that way. But again, in every eligibility determination we make, we do not apply the ICF level of care criteria. You can ask the committee; they probably don't even know what it is.
No, I agree.
We use our own. We use our own 333F and the HAR, of course, as processes to determine eligibility, which does not include level of care for ICF.
Correct. I just made that correlation when you say three standard deviations below the norm is at the institutional level of care. Not that you guys use the institutional level of care as your guiding principle, but I'm just making a correlation between 3 standard deviations below the norm is about parallel to the ICF level of care.
It often is. That's what I guess it is, yeah.
Yeah, at one time it was even higher because some people were eligible for Medicaid waiver program, the 1915C Medicaid waiver program, but they weren't eligible for DDD services, which was a problem. So we've had to work through that. So if somebody's eligible for the 1915C Medicaid waiver program, the only way they access it is through the DD division. So that was kind of the nuances that we're working through as a council. So Oche?
Maybe answering this question would help clarify this conversation. Dr. Lee, I mean, does DDD have a mission statement or a purpose of what community they're supposed to serve or you're supposed to serve?
We're supposed to serve people with developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities.
We're good. Thank you, Dr. Lee. And then again, you guys, we're going to be meeting offline with the Developmental Disabilities Division to really hammer some of these other things out that we just need to get some more clarity. Because as you guys once knew, DDD at one time, we were under the understanding that they thought they could only serve individuals with an intellectual disability. But it's actually not that. It's a developmental disability. Underneath developmental disability, there is intellectual, but that's not, they don't have to have one. So there's just those things that we're working through to make sure it's really clear, because there's a lot of gray areas, as you can see by everyone's face today. So I appreciate you, Dr. Lee, for hanging in there with us, and as we really go into this, we're going to have to take a really deep dive.
And I appreciate the dialogue on this. Thank you, Daintree.
Yeah, and there's case managers, Dr. Lee. We'll hear case manager says this, another case manager says that, and so we are working together to make sure that they are saying the same message. We have case managers telling us before we could even know they're eligible for intake, they have to go to DHS first. And Dr. Toma will take a look at it and say, yes, they're going to be eligible for Medicaid. Then they go back to intake and they say, okay, now we can intake. And so those things, as Dr. Lee has said, that is not the case. They do not do that. So
that's not our process.
Oh, thank you, Lana.
I can speak to that. I'm the one that usually does the intakes for MedQuest. So it doesn't go to Dr. Tolman. Not normally. That's not a normal process. It normally comes from DDD and then comes to us. So we don't normally match it up with Dr. Tolman at the beginning. Not normally. And I can say that for MedQuest waiver, you do have to meet ICF level of care, right? So for Medicaid waiver, yes, you do have to meet ICF level.
Thank you, guys. Here, go, Sierra, back to the chair. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. Anybody else have any comments? No? Next up is Executive Office on Aging, Christina Villanueva.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry, okay. Just some updates, federal updates. We had been waiting on the authorization or reauthorization of the Older Americans Act. And just for those who might not be familiar, the Older Americans Act basically provides funding for essential services like home delivered meals, transportation, chores, caregiver support services. And these services are for older adults age 60. And the Senate unanimously, thankfully, reauthorized the Older Americans Act in July of just last month. And funding, like other folks have talked about, is staying the same in 2026. After 2026, there's going to be an annual increase of 4.62% till 2030. So that will be good. With hurricane season approaching, or I'm not sure if we're in it already, but just wanted to let folks know one of our sections launched Kupuna Ready, a disaster preparedness website to support older adults. Basically, you can visit it at kupunaready.org/. And it gained a lot of sight during the Kona low weather. And then just some legislative updates specifically focused on kind of the aging and disability related bills. For our state budget, we did get a decrease in our budget And we are reviewing kind of operational costs, so there's as minimal impact to services. And then for the legislature, there were about a handful of bills that passed. That's going to be super helpful. Act 245, also known as House Bill 1853, basically it creates a statewide dementia support network within EOA, and this would include dementia care specialists and support services. There's also Act 251, Senate Bill 2259, which is the Dementia Business Recognition Program. The program basically is created within the Department of Business and Economic Development, and DBED basically would provide 1 hour of dementia training to businesses, and they would also be able to recognize these businesses as dementia friendly. EOA is going to assist by providing training materials and a speakers bureau list as well. So we'll work closely with them for that. And then Act 249, House Bill 1804, which is the long-term care financing study. Basically, this would require EOA to create a statewide study on ways to pay for long-term care services. We all know long-term care services are expensive already, so we're going to be kind of creating a study to look at how we're going to start to pay for that. That would include public and private options. And then there's also the Kupuna Aloha Pilot Program, Act 246, which was House Bill 1973. Basically, this creates a pilot program within Department of Health, and it would provide home care services for kupuna who don't otherwise qualify for government assistance programs. Another exciting thing was the Kupuna Rent Supplement Program, which basically helps older adults who are homeless or at risk of homelessness by providing monthly rent assistance of up to $500. The program was set to expire June 2026, but this act will make the program permanent. The initial bill did include funding for more funding so it could assist more kupuna and funding for 2 positions. So hopefully that will get reintroduced again so that there's more funding for the program itself and staff positions. And then let's see, just another thing, cryptocurrency ATM kiosks. Just this bill impacts not just older adults, but all ages. Basically, Act 224, House Bill 1642, it bans ATM kiosks that accept cash for cryptocurrency starting October 1st. And just giving it context, in 2025, the FBI reported receiving 181,565 complaints about cryptocurrency scams, and these scams totaled more than $11 billion. So it has, and even within Hawaii, it has a big impact. So this bill is huge so that it can hopefully prevent cryptocurrency related scams. So, and then just lastly, thank you to DD Council Faith for emailing folks this. We're also going to be starting to work on our next 4-year plans. And so we are sending out a needs assessment survey. So we want to be able to hear from folks about services and just providing us feedback. And so that input will help us to improve programs and start to provide us guidance for the next 4-year plan. That was it. Thank you.
Chair Raymond Mamea has a question.
Anybody have questions for, in person? Raymond? Is this for you, for Christina?
I'm sorry, guys, but I have no question at this time, but I need to log off because I have to go eat my lunch, and I was just hoping that if Sierra or or Daisy can keep me updated with the rest of the meeting, so I can know everything
Yes,
about what you
Raymond,
guys
we
are
will.
talking about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Anybody else have any questions for Christina? No? Oh.
I wanted to recognize Christina. I reached out to her at a meeting to report on my disability claim to Social Security after my stroke, and she kindly hooked me up with someone, and I finally got an answer, which was no, which is fine because then I know what I can do. But there are so many senior citizens that I have met in the last 2 years that know nothing about your office, the things they have, and I'm just absolutely appalled that more folks don't know about it.
Send them the survey. Let us know.
Awesome.
We'd
And
love to hear
have
that.
a digital copy of the handbook, your elder handbook.
The aging plan?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
If you could email me that, that would be great. That way I could send it out to folks. But thank you for what you do.
Dr. Lee, there's a question in the chat for you.
Okay, let me look at it. The question is about whether or not there is a online application. Do I need to call to get help? What if I don't need DDD help to fill out the application? Can I do it myself online? I haven't found. We don't have an online application process yet. It's something we've discussed, considered, but that doesn't exist yet. So currently, you can call the offices, or I believe that there's an email to address that you can email in your documents. But we want to facilitate that process to make it faster for everybody, and that's why we have an intake worker that knows what type of documentation is required for eligibility, and they're there to help you get the right documents, so there's not as much back and forth, like, I already submitted my application, why do I need to add more to this? We don't want those situations to occur, so they're there to help with the process, and they work with you in that.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Any other questions? No. Next up is Children and Youth Health Needs Branch. Eden Watabayashi. Eden?
Hi. Yeah, thank you. Good morning. So our report is also included in that goldenrod section. So just thing we wanted to highlight because we're pretty excited. Our branch is going to be sending a team to the National Maternal and Child Health Workforce Development Center's Skills Institute this year. It's in Arizona. And I believe, or the focus of the institute this year is strategic partnerships. So we're pretty excited. There's a team of 5 of us that will be leaving next week. We have staff from our Kauai office, Hilo office. We have a community partner from Maui, and then 2 of us from Oahu that will be going up next week. So yeah, we're pretty excited. And our team specifically is going to use this opportunity to focus on care coordination, particularly including developmental screening, as well as transitioning to adult health care for children and youth with special health needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, welcome on. Oh, yeah. Any questions? No? And welcome Josh Ige online, and happy belated birthday. Do you have any questions or anything? No? So next up, we're going to move into the Protection and Advocacy Disability Rights Center. And Chip Chase?
I'm really cold. But you know, I really like stories, and numbers are wonderful, and you know they're important, and it's how we measure ourselves. But stories are just wonderful. So I'm going to tell you a story. I have a client. I've had this client is. I've been working this client for longer than I probably should, but every single time we get to IEP or something else, there's another emergency. There's another, you know. The boy is very smart, but also very different, just plain different. And he's a really nice kid once you get to know him. But this story isn't so much about him as it is about the system. Now, this was the first time I met this child, this family. And we were going into a meeting with with the school, head of school, as well as the oversight committee of that school. This is charter school. Because the family had gone into a meeting with the principal, and it was one of those. This is our school. This is our new school, and you know this is how we do things. This is wonderful. And along with the mother and the son, they brought the grandparents. Now the grandparents are from Korea and don't speak a whole lot of English. So when they, at one point, the mother turned to her parents to explain what was going on in their language. At which point, she did this, at which point the principal announced, if you're going to speak Chinese, you'd better go back to Beijing. Ouch. Thank you. Well, you know, people, they're very people. You know, she was offended, just dreadfully offended. Got to a meeting. It escalated, obviously, and got to a meeting with the principal and her superior, where this was repeated. This is the whole reason for the meeting. This was repeated, and the principal absolutely swore she never said it. Never said it, didn't do that. You know, how could you say that? I never did that. At which point, the mother pressed the button on her phone. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. And the best thing was watching the principal turn red from about here up, and it just grew till the top of her head. We had to put up with her for another 9 months, but ultimately she was fired and moved back to the mainland. You never know what you're going to. The reason for telling this story, aside from the fact that it is kind of amusing and we did win, is that you never know what you wake up in the morning, you never know what you're going to see today. And that's, I think, one of the really beautiful things, good and bad, but still beautiful, of the lives that we have all chosen to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Anybody have any questions for Anne? No? Now is DHS Alana Souza.
Aloha, everybody. So we submitted our report. It's in the goldenrod also color. Like Dr. Lee said, you know, we're pleased that the 1915 waiver renewal was just approved on June 24th and became effective July 1st. So in our report, it lists like the new waiver services that was approved, which are the residential care supports and the personal care assistance. And then also the 3 new provider incentive payments that is in there also. So we continue working with DDD through biweekly implementation meetings just to develop policies, procedures, and work on the implementation of this waiver. So just like to say mahalo to everybody for helping us get this through.
Thank you. This is Debbie. I'm a parent member, Windward Side. Reading the Department of Education's paragraph from the last meeting, they're making it a priority for the Medicaid reimbursement for some of the related services in the schools. How's that going to impact the fiscal budget for those individuals that are out of the Department of Education relying on Medicaid waiver services?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can get you one.
And I just want to add, I'm a little disappointed that there's no representative here from the Department of Education to address this issue. A lot of parents are going to go and walk it blind into IEP meetings and be told that their Medicaid, they're going to be billing their Medicaid for nursing, speech therapy, and ABA services. And parents are going to not like it because the intent of the law is that special education is at no cost to the parent. Right. And to me, that is incongruent with billing MedQuest. So that concerns me greatly because kiddos that need services, I think, are going to fall between the cracks.
Sure. I'll reach out to you, Debbie,
Thank
for
you. I
your
appreciate
exact
it.
question, and so I can get that answered for you.
And then the other thing I want to note is my son's income kept being reported incorrectly. So when I went down to your folks' office, somebody helped me through that. But what I'm learning as a parent who's been doing this a very long time, it's much faster to upload documents on your folks' website. You guys get everything immediately. You get a thing on your screen that you can, and you can shoot it, but everything gets there much faster, and then the response comes faster. So encouraging families, even though it's a little daunting, it's much faster and easier.
Good. I'll take that feedback.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Alana?
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Alana. Next up is United Cerebral Palsy Association, Karen Glasser.
Thanks, Sierra. Hi, everyone. It is really freezing in here. My fingertips are starting to go numb. Wow. So I'm a program manager with United Cerebral Palsy Association of Hawaii, and our notes are also in the goldenrod section. This report covers April 1st through June 30th, 2026. I tend to do it in quarterly bites the way our fiscal calendar works, as opposed to, because it gets all confusing. There's like 50 fiscal calendars. So in the past 3 months, we've served nearly 560 kiddos, which is terrific, and we serve them all across the lower section of Honolulu. So that's 96818, which is Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, all the way to Hawaii Kai. So if you know folks who are looking for services, early intervention services for their kiddos 0 to 3, child may have a developmental delay, may have a physical delay, may have a disability. We run the gamut. There is no sort of hard and fast rule about who we take. In fact, most of the time, our kiddos don't even have diagnoses. They are so young, they don't even have diagnoses. That's not required. They just need to score at a certain level where we say, yes, we can come in and help. And even if the kiddo does not qualify, they can always come back to us. If parent is still concerned about a delay, again, whether it's physical, developmental, whatever milestones kiddo is not hitting. But even if they don't qualify, we can sit with parents and explain some strategies, share strategies that can be used going forward. This is really important. I talked about it earlier, about getting children to a point where they're ready to go into DOE. They might need special education. They might not need special education. They may not qualify there. It's harder to qualify for Department of Education special education than it is for our kiddos. The threshold is higher. But we want kids to start at as much of a level playing field as possible, right? And we all know that the earlier you start working with kiddos, the better they do, right? So that's really important. One of the things that we have added, which we are really excited about, I think I've spoken about Keiki Playgroup, which we do on the third Friday of every month, and we have kiddos who are in our early intervention program join us. It's getting bigger. We're running out of space, but that's a good problem to have. But we are starting Baby and Me workshops, and that is a once monthly standalone session if your baby is 0 to 6 months. So you don't have to come to all of them. You can pick one that looks interesting to you. You do not have to have a child in early intervention for that program. So if you are interested, if you have families who are interested, maybe they do have a kiddo with a delay, maybe they don't have a kiddo with a delay, but they don't have to have a delay to participate in this. It is free. And again, it is once monthly. If you go to info@ucpahawaii.org, you can ask questions about it there. So that's really important. And the other thing I wanted to bring your attention back to is our Impact of Aging with Cerebral Palsy study, which is ending on the 31st of this month. We've shared out our documents with everybody. Thank you to all of those. Megan's sitting next to me. I know you had a meeting with the team. There are 2 researchers from UH and then one of our staff who worked in Dr. Stephen Danzig, who worked as a school psychologist for 30 years. I mean, it's a tremendous study, and it is created with folks with CP and those sometimes physical limitations in mind. There's a link here, but obviously if you have an electronic link, that's helpful. But if you know adults 26 and above who might like to participate, we'd love to get some last-minute folks in there, tell their stories, explain what it is that they need, how we can support, because we have seen throughout folks who age with disabilities, when they're cute and they're little, everybody's there to help, and as they age, there are fewer physicians who can support them. There are fewer services that know about them. They know about fewer services sometimes. So it's up to us to make sure that we are hearing voices and hearing their stories. So by all means, reach out to me. If you are on the committee, you have my email address. I'll send you the link, but it is still open until the 31st of this month. Please, please, folks who are aging with CP, 26 and older, participate. Once you do the first link, it'll send you additional links. There are 3 parts to that survey, and then we will parse out the information. That's what I got.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody have any questions for Karen, whether in the room or on Zoom?
Just one. So the first activity.
Oh, wait. Danger getting her exercise in.
So the first one that you were talking about, are you looking at implicating that on all islands, or are you just focusing on that one right now?
Are you talking about our early intervention program?
Yes.
Yeah, right now it's only Oahu, because that's where our contracts are. These are contracts with the state. We are considered a state contractor. We have 4 contracts, so we serve 4 different areas, but lower Honolulu. And so they are different contractors on Big Island. I believe Easter Seals mostly on Big Island, and so forth. So yeah, right now, with regard to early intervention, strictly Oahu at this point.
Was that something that you might implicate later on in the future to the other islands?
That is up to our ED and to put in bids for those. So there has been conversation around that, but we don't have staff right now there. So Easter Seals obviously does have staff. They're doing a great job on Big Island. So, I mean, it would be pretty far in the future if that were something that UCP were looking at.
Okay. Thanks, though.
Anyone have anything else? Okay, you're good, all of you. To save myself steps, next step is Melissa.
Thank you, Daintree. So I apologize. My report is not included in the written packet. I was more concentrated on getting the nominations out, and I forgot to submit this to Faith on time. So I apologize. In terms of Lanakila Pacific's updates, so I just want to say thank you again to all of our state partners. You know, we ask some hard questions sometimes, but as a part of the Hawaii Waiver Providers Association and just a collective, we do work very closely with multiple state agencies in this room on multiple initiatives. And so as our role representing just non-governmental community organizations, the efforts that I think the council takes to break down silos and to make sure that we are addressing the needs of people with disabilities, particularly IDD in our community, are pretty substantial. So one of the things in self-advocacy, we thank you, ZOS. Our participants do a lot in terms of participating in our SAC meetings, attending community forums, and making sure we support what SAC is doing on at least for Lanakila. We can only participate locally because we don't have a statewide presence, but we do appreciate all the things that are going on in the other counties. So within the health, children and youth framework, for those of you who don't know, Lanakila Pacific does a lot of work outside of just disabilities. We are very active also in the food security space and our partnerships with the food bank and other coalitions. So we also provide keiki meals through a variety of different schools. So 50 plus schools island-wide. Summer is actually our busiest season because we also participate in the summer food programs because there are a lot of keiki based on our most recent poverty reports, right? That there are lots of families who are food insecure. As part of the initiatives around food security, Lanakila is also participating in the Iola Food is Medicine Coalition. And so there's a lot of initiatives going on throughout the state about recognizing food as a critical component of healthcare. This not only affects the food insecure people in our community, but understanding that people with disabilities are very adversely impacted by things related to economic disparity, including food insecurity. And so there are lots of people with disabilities who could benefit from food as medicine programs. So we are working with statewide partners to launch that. We appreciate the work that Medicaid is doing in the new 1115 waiver that will allow for food as medicine to be supported by Medicaid, which actually puts Hawaii far above a lot of other states in the country who are trying to launch similar programs. And so within the food as medicine, we are specifically looking to provide medically tailored meals, but we are also looking at the partnerships related to food prescriptions and how it can benefit people with disabilities and not just the food insecure in our communities. Related to other, sorry, I know I speak fast. Related to other youth programs, our Kiapu grant that we had with the Partners on Development Foundation is ending at the end of August. But we are trying to continue our work with Opportunity Youth, which basically looks at youth ages 16 to 24 who are either not in school or not working. And so this kind of ties to the work that we do in employment and transition supports and making sure that youth don't leave DOE without having some sort of connection to other opportunities. And like Daintree talked about in our capacity building, understanding where justice involvement has a lot of impact on Opportunity Youth and making sure that we're providing opportunities to prevent justice involvement and making sure that youth have meaningful opportunities when they leave DOE. As that relates to some of our other employment programs, we do continue to provide PREETs, which is pre-employment training services, in addition to our adult services, which I just realized DVR is also not here, the vocational work adjustment training services for adults, as well as our waiver support. So right now we have 57 youth who are anticipated to finish their summer youth employment training programs, which provided paid work experiences in the community before they return back to school or post-graduation. Most of them are actually going back to school. In terms of other vocational programs, we are continuing to look at developing career pathways that specialize in either grounds maintenance, custodial, retail, food service pathways. So we are working very actively with our workforce development councils on both the state and county levels to look at mechanisms to provide additional apprenticeships for students with disabilities, adults with disabilities, and also how we can build that into the partnerships that we are working on with the DD Council's Bridging Aging and Disability grant to look at apprenticeship and healthcare career pathways building off of DSP job opportunities and how those can provide pathways into more advanced health career jobs, but making the DSP position more desirable to people without degrees. In terms of the housing area, we are hoping to get our public housing project heard before council before the end of the year. We appreciate all of the support from our community providers and getting some of that to happen, but we'll see where that comes out. But if that happens, then there will be a building in Beretania being built that is specifically disability forward housing, where 100% of the units are accessible, they are modifiable to allow people to age in place. So it addresses disability on a large spectrum. There will be program support services in the building, and it is affordable housing, right? Up to no higher than 120% AMI, area median income, sorry. Acronyms. And then as far as the other work that we partner with council specifically on the aging sector, so thank you, Christina, and the work that you folks are doing with the area agencies on aging in each of the counties to support the Older Americans Act, which does support a huge percentage of our home delivered meals, and also just the work that we're doing to increase the partnerships with workforce development, resource development, aging and disability resource fairs, and things of that sort. Sorry, I know that was a lot, but thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Anybody have any questions for Melissa? Annette Teixeira, would you like to introduce yourself on Zoom, please?
Hi, sorry I'm so late. Had another meeting. I'm Annette Teixeira. I'm with the Statewide Independent Living Council. We just got back from our national conference and just wanted to be with you folks today. Thanks.
Any updates? Anything? Annette, would you have any updates?
Oh, on the national front, there are a lot of updates that do include us, but sorry, I didn't prepare anything. I just wanted to, when I was going through my email, I go, oh no, it's today. So I just came on board right now when I was looking through my email. But we do have national conference, the National Council on Independent Living report that is on our website. If not that it's accessible to everybody, but I will do my best to send you updates from our travels to Washington, D.C. If there's any questions.
Yeah, anybody have any questions for Annette? No? Thank you, Annette. Daintree, bylaws, I'm going to hand it over to you.
No, that's okay. We could go briefly. I was going to do it during lunch. So during the annual meeting, we do take a look at our bylaws. We did have a couple comments, and I'll bring that up after lunch, about a couple changes in our bylaws, such as this annual meeting. We always have in July. The bylaws, it says it happens in May. So we haven't quite made it there. So we want to have a little bit of a discussion that. So we'll talk amongst each other at lunch, but then we'll come back and talk to the council to see which date works best. For us, May. It was during Ledge, it's very hard to do other things. So that's why we're always waiting till July. But to vote on the chairs and such, their term ends June 30th. So that's why we wanted to take a look at when our annual meeting should be, if it should be maybe in June, the beginning. So when people, their terms are ending at the end of June, we could recognize that, and already for going in forward to the new fiscal year, we already have our new officers. So that's something to think about, the council meetings, the annual council meeting being in June. Sorry, I got cold and and then there's also, so we have that with the bylaws. And then we're going to go after lunch, we're going to be talking about the areas of emphasis more. And that's something very important that the council members are all engaged in. You have to be on at least one area of emphasis. And so to discuss things that are happening. And they kind of, for lack of a better term, petered out as the year went on. So we weren't getting anyone coming. So we don't know if it's the time of the meeting, the day of the week the meeting is. So we really want to have some more in-depth discussion this afternoon about our areas of emphasis and what your roles are to be on those boards. Because if you don't participate in those, that's part of your responsibility as a board member. So we want to make sure that people understand what their role is and why it's important, and make it important. So we don't want people to think, it's a nice place to chat with people, but really we don't get anything done. So we want to make sure we discuss that a little bit more in depth. And I want to thank Annette. She responded to our survey for the independent living councils to be more involved in some of our areas and our goals, and they want to be counted as a networker with us. So I really appreciate that. But that's pretty much all I have for you, Chair. And so I think maybe we could break for lunch and then we could come back maybe at 12:30. It's up to you. Here you go.
Well, 12:30 sounds good. For lunch, everybody sounds good? Yeah? Anybody questions of this section? No. Feel like nope. Okay, let's break for lunch. See you back at 12:30, everybody. welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys all had a good lunch. Now we're going to turn it over to Daintree.
Hi, folks. During the break, before we go into our next area, our areas of emphasis, you're going to get updates. A lot of the updates might be just hold on the report, so that all the reports are in your booklet. But what they asked is if they could give a better description about the areas of emphasis. So when you sign up to be on that area, you kind of understand the expectations and what's happening with that. Okay? So we're going to ask the council facilitators, and their job is to facilitate the meetings, not to run them. These are your meetings, but we're here to help facilitate them. So we're going to go in the order of the agenda. So we'll start off with community supports, which is Che. Julia, can you hand this to Che, please?
Okay, hi everybody, Chase Silver. I'm going to try to find my physical report to show everybody. It is a purple papered report, and it comes right after the United Cerebral Palsy report. And the camera is here. It looks like this. And so my report is pretty lengthy. I tried to do another year closeout for the entire committee. Typically, we would have our committee chair giving this report, but our committee chair just stepped down, so we are looking for a new committee chair, which I'm kind of hoping to pitch at this meeting. Come join my meeting. It's very fun, I promise. So for community supports, no, Juliet, my meeting, I need a chair. But yeah, anyways, so for my report, it's very extensive. If you want any details, it's all in here, but I will give some highlights and I can answer any questions. But the main thing that this committee has been focusing on for this year is supported decision-making. So the year prior, we got it passed through law, and then this committee really took on the goal of how do we now implement it. I will give a great shout out to Julia, who is our expert and does a lot of her own trainings and trains people. And if you ever have any questions about how to do supported decision making, I'm always happy to talk. But 9 times out of 10, I punt you to Julia right after we're done talking for any more details. But some highlights, and again, credit to Julia. She really worked hard on our supported decision making toolkit, which is a big document which would walk a family or a participant or an individual that wants to do supported decision making through the process start to finish. So anyone who's asking a question, how do I do supported decision making, you can give them this toolkit, and of course with maybe talking with us and their peers, they can get started. So that was a really big strive in implementing supported decision making this year. We've done numerous educational panels. We've provided many different sessions on alternatives to guardianship, supported decision making, and things like that. Another thing that this committee supports is that we do run a guardianship and conservatorship working group that has buy-in from both the probate and the family court, as well as different agencies, stakeholders, everybody that would be involved in those processes. And we've been facilitating that meeting for about 2 or 3 years now. We have a meeting every month when it's not the legislative session. Actually, this working group is where the pilot project for guardian ad litem and cool conveyance came from about a year ago when we passed that legislation. And so we always give updates on what's going on in those meetings. And the intent of that working group is just how do we make guardianship and conservatorship better in the state of Hawaii? And that might be for the courts. That might be for supporting guardians, supporting alternatives to guardianship, education. There's many different ways. I know Makalani is also on our group, and she joins as a parent. But yeah, so that is kind of the main meat and potatoes of what we talk about at this group. We do a lot of supported decision making, and next year we're probably going to also look more into transition and covering, DOE to adulthood, which I know is a big interest for a lot of folks. So yeah, come join my committee, please. Any questions? Ooh, when is the next meeting? That's a really tough question. It is to be determined, unless Faith says otherwise. We're trying to be flexible to encourage people to come.
Che, what are the duties of the chair?
The duties of the chair. I may defer to Daintree a little bit, but the duties of the chair is to help run the committee. My understanding is us as staff, we try to facilitate as much as we can, facilitates quarterly committee meetings, works with staff to develop agendas, and helps guide the committee's priorities and activities. I read that last night.
Thank you, Julia, for helping Jay. If no one else wants to, I'll help you out.
Ooh, thank you. Take that, Julia.
If no one else wants to.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding my committee? Melissa, I will wait till you have a microphone.
Because he just wants to see me run over here.
Okay, so maybe this is actually not a question for you.
Yeah, your microphone is on.
So, okay, maybe this question is not for you, Che, but I'm trying to understand. And I know, Daintree, you started with saying the committee chair or the committee supports are going to explain the role of the committee. But where and how do the areas of emphasis overlap with the requirements and the goals outlined in the state plan? Because when we look at the state plan and our goal is around education and leadership, that's kind of where supported decision making comes in under education. But then when you talk about transition supports, that's under goal 2, systems change. So just trying to understand, and I guess even for us as participating agencies, right, or representation on the council, and how we report on our activities and how they align. Are we trying to align, and maybe this is a question for Daintree, how do we align with the goals as opposed to the areas of emphasis?
So, Daintree, please add more, but I'll take a stab at it. Essentially, the areas of emphasis, and this is one of the roles of the chair and the committee to discuss, is that there's always meetings at the beginning of our new annual plan or the 5-year state plan where we discuss of those goals, what do we think as a committee is appropriate for us to tackle? And then of all of the goals and priorities that we identify, it then becomes, making a plan of what can we do, how are we going to do it, which are typically then reflected in the key activities and things like that. So it's for the committee itself to specifically directly lead what we believe, what areas we can do. So for example, in this last year, there may have been more goals and objectives that the committee could have focused on, but we chose to really heavily focus on supported decision-making and things like that. So it's definitely up to the committee. And then, the staff, since we're paid, we also do a lot of the work in between the meetings and provide reports and get feedback and do all of that. Does it?
Great question, Melissa. So what the staff does is as soon as all this is all done and the activities will be the next step, this plan goes into effect October 1, they kind of look at the areas of what they're going to pick up because we have to address certain ones. And so what we're trying to avoid, because there was a year that we had 3 committees working on the same goal objective, and that got very confusing. So we really want to make sure that for, like you're talking about, so Che's committee might pick up each goal and one activity in each goal. There might be 3 different areas that they work on. Does that make sense? So our job is to implement the state plan. In order to implement the state plan, we chop it up into different areas of emphasis. And the areas of emphasis takes portions of the state plan and works on them.
So question, when we look at the areas of emphasis and knowing that public awareness, education, and training, because that's a component in multiple state plan areas. So if our interest is more around the awareness and education components, we should participate in that committee as opposed to the committees working on the areas that we are interested in training on.
Great question. Which brings us up to a second point, is that the areas of emphasis titles are negotiable. Those are what we've came up with years ago, and we just kind of carry them over. And you guys could look at the areas of emphasis. And so our next council meeting, all we need to talk about is the implementation of our state plan. These are objectives. And we could decide if we're going to change it. Instead of being called community supports and transition, you guys might say, hey, let's call it this. let's call it capacity building, or let's call it so whatever areas of emphasis we have today, for our new state plan, we could change those titles up to make it more understandable, that it fits better into that. Does that make sense, Melissa?
Could I add one? I'll add one point of clarity as you want to walk. I can give her the microphone. I would think of the areas of emphasis committees as the board members' ways of directly interacting on a more month-to-month basis with our state plan and accomplishing it, and the nitty-gritties of how we go about that.
Hi, I don't think, I think Melissa and I are on the same page, which is every single goal that we have has a public awareness component to it. So the Public Awareness Committee could conceivably be whatever you call it, could be working on all of the outcomes that we're talking about and multiple key points or activities within those. So I think, is that what you're talking about? Like we're how do we know, or how do we collaborate, maybe even intercommittee, so that we're not doing the same work in multiple committees? Right. Like we're not reinventing the wheel, right? Because public awareness, which I would love to be on, by the way, wherever you are, Zos, but it's the timing never works out. But public awareness impacts every single one of our goals. So the people who are working on that committee, they need to know what's going on in each of those things. But then how do we avoid duplicating, triplicating, the work that's being done? I think, am I right? Is that where you're kind of going? Okay.
Yep. That's what the staff does behind the scenes, is saying, okay, we're going to adjust it here in this committee. We're kind of doing it that way in the past. But what I'm saying is maybe we should bring it out to the council, because it's your guys' plan of how to implement it and how to do that. So we used to do that, the council members. The staff would do that behind the scenes. So your guys will say, so what we do is we do an annual work plan for every area of emphasis. And within that annual work plan, it's going to tell you guys, your area of emphasis, what you're working on. So this is maybe there's 2 goals, maybe there's 1. So there's an annual work plan that you all should have gotten copies of. So we had your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 annual work plan for your area of emphasis. So it showed you exactly what you're supposed to be working on. You're looking very confused at me, Karen, like you've never seen an annual work plan, have you?
No, but I understand what you are saying. But what I'm saying is, for someone whose committee, whatever we call it, crosses multiple areas, how do we make sure that isn't, so how do we make sure that Che's committee, community supports, and what they're working on, they're not duplicating that public awareness piece that Zos's committee may be working on?
The annual work plan, and Zos's committee does not address that same area, or they're not supposed to.
Okay, so they're not even supposed to touch it.
Correct.
So long as it's under somebody else's.
Correct.
Okay.
They have 2 separate annual work plans that they're working on. Okay. Sometimes we don't use the annual work plan and we go freestyle.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Alana.
Oh, sorry. So I know right now they're assigned. They're kind of assigned, right? And so like even when, and I only know this because I chair now, so I have to like kind of know. But you're assigned to what area you're going to look at. I think it's better if we choose what area who's going to focus on, because I think that gives more interest to people of what they want and to what committee should be doing that, because like when I chair the committee for health and children and youth, we're just assigned, and I'm like, why are we working on that, right? But I know it's part of the plan, but like, is that what we wanted to do? I don't know, So I think that's a good thing, that maybe we should be choosing who should do what part, right? But definitely it has to be assigned somewhere so people aren't duplicating, right? But like, what committee would that fall under most? Not going to be everything, but most. So I think that's a better way maybe to do it.
So this would be my, I guess, a proposal. If we think about this in the way that we think of ISPs or service plans, right? You have your goal and your objectives, and then you you implement it at the provider level, right? And they're working on their key activities, their outputs, their right. So, is that something that we're going to do at the? And I guess is that something we do council wide to then determine which committee is going to take which or objectives, and then within that committee they determine their activities, but that collectively, like to Alana's point, because it's kind of just following the same flow, right, that we are pretty used to in services, like in the things that we work through.
Yeah, that sounds yeah, that will be very helpful, because we have to create those annual work plans, all 5 of them. And so, and it does get very daunting for the staff, you know, to go back and forth. So it makes perfectly good sense.
And then that's what we report on quarterly at our council meetings, right? So if we're reporting, if collectively we are all agreeing this is what each area of emphasis committee is, and everybody is reporting up to the strategic plan and the strategic plan progress, and whether we are meeting our goals collectively as a council.
I see a lot of nods. Yep, that sounds perfect. So what we can do, because it starts October 1, July, August, September. So probably in September, we'll send out a meeting for everybody. And we're just going to do 4 breakouts. You know, we're going to do those different areas of emphasis, and we could talk about it. So that's the only thing going to be on the agenda. And that way we could talk about our activities and the areas. Does that sound like I see nods? And yep. Okay, sorry, it was a trip for you. Okay, so thank you, Melissa. Anything else? So Julia, yes.
Is it my turn?
I think the next one on the agenda, so we're just going to go down the agenda, is Zosimo, I think, public awareness.
Thank you.
And then you're after. I'll bring this mic to you.
Okay, ZOS Arista Public Awareness Education Training Committee, area of emphasis. We do a lot of collaboration. Our key activities focus on doing awareness with the community. So we do a lot of sign waving events. We promote the annual Day at the Capitol event and our legislative forums. We talk about that as it comes up. We focus on some of the activities like Medicaid updates, emergency preparedness, like feeling safe, being safe. We collaborate with the Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder group with Amanda for their sign waving event. We also do other sign waving events to promote developmental disability awareness in the community. So a lot of our activities will reach out to local community agencies and incorporate their feedback on what the public awareness committee should be doing according to that state plan. And so a lot of our meetings have been dwindling in terms of attendance. So if you want to be part of that, come on over and you can share. Ann Chip Chase is the co-chair, and we're looking for our self-advocate to be the co-chair for the public awareness education and training meeting. So we do Medicaid updates. We do also healthy relationships, neighborhood boards and committees, ABLE accounts. If anybody has questions about CAL's law, and then of course the 911 emergency plan that we came out with the council for legislation. So we also do and support the Self-Advocacy Advisory Council, how to write testimony, how to present testimony, and those kinds of activities. Any questions? we do a lot of collaboration with the agencies here and agencies statewide. So, way to collaborate. Come on in. It's typically the second Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 11. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So 10 a.m. The second Wednesday, every other month. Question, Melissa.
As a council member, can I either make a motion or make a request that we don't have our area of emphasis meeting at the same time on the same day? Particularly when we're supposed to be working towards all of these things, it doesn't make sense that our own initiatives are competing against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's probably why the attendance is low. So, is there something that we need to vote on to?
What area of emphasis was the same time?
How dare you, Zozo?
Okay.
That was my meeting time. I'll meet whenever anybody wants to.
The mic to talk.
Having clear calendar committees at the beginning of the fiscal year. So knowing that we have just elected new committees, committee chairs, officer chairs, that if we have a clear council calendar, knowing when council, right, particularly because if council meetings have to be moved because of holidays or other things, that because a lot of committees meet specifically on the day that the council meets. So when council changes, committee changes. And when that committee then overlaps with another committee. And so I think having that calendar laid out in advance at the start of the year will help each of the committees make sure that we have adequate attendance, right? Just so that we're not dealing with meeting conflicts as we come up and like, oh, it's me, we have to change the meeting date, and scrambling to have quorum and scrambling for other things.
Okay. So is there so we typically have a scheduled calendar date for each of the areas of emphasis, but it looks like we're willing to change the day and time to accommodate, to make sure that attendance by different council members can be honored.
All right, so Amelia here. We're going to talk about health, children, and youth. We have to skip transportation because I have to leave before her. So we're going to come back to it. Health, we do anything with health, prenatal, all the way up to Kapuna. So don't let that child and youth part deter you from coming to my meeting. Okay? Anything and everything health related. Early intervention we talk about, because we have Karen, we have the wonderful chair Alana Souza, and now new co-chair Megan Miller. No, because you volunteered yourself the last time. Yes. So we talk about a bunch of things. This year, yes, we focused on a lot of mental health because that was from our previous year's survey that went out, and then we were focusing on what we could do as a committee to make sure that the community members know about mental health services and things like that based on survey results. But we can take on anything health related. Screenings, diagnostics. That is within our state plan, yes. Also, you guys can join more than one committee. Minimum one, but you know, we want to see you frequently. have a microphone. But yes, our meetings are open to the public. If you have friends or family members that want to attend instead, they can come and be part of our committees. Right now, we're all looking for more parents. So parents that are here, bring in your friends. Shauna, I know you have a parent group. But yeah, health, we currently have a survey out to change our date and time. Okay, so please complete it. Only 3 people have so far. So I can have it resent out so we can get more people involved. But yeah, we're a fun group. Come hang out with us. All right. Any questions about health, children, and youth? No? Okay.
Hi, Julia Altoff, Program Specialist, Hawaii Island. And Ho'opio has been our Transportation, Housing, and Employment Committee chair for the last 2 years, I think. And he asked me to go ahead and deliver the report. But I think, is it the last one? The last committee report? No, yours was, but you had to go before me, Amelia. But it's in there, and it says all of the roles and what people do, what my role is in there. So I would encourage you to read that. We will be looking for committee leadership. Our next meeting is right now set for September 28th. The committee had decided to do quarterly at one point. And most recently, and this will be determined by the committee members, right? But most recently, one of the things that we had been talking about was making sure that we're taking DD Council concerns to the table at other committee meetings, right? So Workforce Development Council, and on the last page of our report, there's a list of agencies that we've been collaborating with and trying to get on the committee, and then committee liaison opportunities. So Workforce Development Council, American Job Centers, Hawaii APSI for employment, there's a list of them, housing, Interagency Council on Homelessness, et cetera, Department of Transportation planning meetings, and I think like Soul Ray was going to go. We're going to be looking for a report from you on how things are going on Oahu, but not now. Later, at the committee meeting, and then independent living. And you know what? I tell you what, if anybody wants to come as the facilitator, I promise I'll do like interpretive dance to whatever you want, right? And again, people can be on more than one committee. So if there's any interest in that, that would be great. And I made a beautiful flyer in there. So take a look at that. Why join the Transportation, Housing, and Employment Committee? Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Amelia. Any questions for them? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. Next up is Health and Children Youth.
I think they did it.
I did that one already? All right.
They went through all of them.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys did that all.
And you could ask if there's, I think, SAC.
SAC, is there anything you want to report on?
ZOS, or stuff for the Self-Advocacy Advisory Council, or the SAC network. We do a lot of testimony preparation, feeling safe, being safe training, leadership development, awareness in the community, participate in community activities. We support our local agencies. and collaborate with all of the different agencies that put on events throughout the year. Our self-advocates learn how to speak up for themselves. They learn leadership skills, how to formulate goals, how to make decisions, how to prepare themselves in different situations. The Self-Advocacy Advisory Network, we meet once a month, every third Thursday at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. at different in-person locations. And then every 3 months, we have a statewide online Zoom where all agencies and self-advocates statewide meet, and we talk about the different things that are happening for the DD Council, for each of the SAC chairs in different counties, what they're doing, and they provide updates and the incredible things and the incredible work that they're doing on each of the islands. So our Self-Advocacy Advisory Network runs the gamut of parents, families, case managers, agencies, anyone associated with self-advocacy, and that's our focus. Any questions?
Amelia, you Kauai Island Subcommittee?
Test. So for the Kauai DD Council Committee, as an overview this year, we've been pretty busy. We had our annual legislative forum. We participated in a senior and disability resource fair on Kauai, which had over 400 attendees, which is huge for our little island. We've done parent and child fairs. Our self-advocate went to the county council meeting and presented on smart safety profiles and smart 911 before it ended. So yeah, we've been super busy this year. But same thing, if you know more people that want to come and attend, we welcome them. We work a lot with the Kauai Bus, part of the Kauai Bus outreach program, getting self-advocates free bus passes on Kauai. And doing a lot of networking with our different agencies.
Thank you, Amelia. Any questions for Amelia? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Okay, you can hear me? Okay. Any questions for Amelia? Nope? Okay. Next up is Hawaii Island Subcommittee. Julia.
Hi. So the report is in there. It's pretty extensive. It's reported in a couple of different ways, talking about a variety of different things. One thing, and Che had talked about under the committee, was the supported decision-making trainings. And now that we're getting the word out about what supported decision-making is and why it's important, we're also going to be targeting various stakeholder groups, things like medical service providers, what to do when they're presented with a supported decision-making agreement, legal services providers, financial institutions, that sort of thing. And then it also has become apparent that we should divide up some of the training into two sections. One, how to do the actual activity of supporting decisions for people and how to complete the paperwork. So we're working on some of those. And then there's a second part of the report that talks about, that breaks everything down, east side, west side, and statewide. One of the things I did want to talk about just a little bit, we just did our West Hawaii Legislative Forum. This year, the legislators had asked us to do it a little bit earlier because they can incorporate the things that they learn into developing their priorities for the next year. When we do it in October, they said sometimes it's a little late for them to go ahead and incorporate it into their priorities. So we did it in conjunction with Disability Pride Month. And one of the very cool things, we had a county panel, And at our county panel, some of the self-advocates had brought up that they can't meaningfully participate in the county commissions and committees and so on because they're so often only held in person in Hilo. And so a lack of transportation plus a lack of access on some online platform. And that was on a Monday. And by the end of the week, we heard from the executive assistant to the mayor, and he said that these 2 county council members that had attended our forum had already contacted him, and they're in the process of getting all but 4, and there's a bunch, right? All but 4 of the committee meetings available on Zoom so that our folks can participate and join. And I just think it's so cool, right? Because you go, people share their voices, they talk about their concerns, and some of them, at least, can be addressed in short order. So we've got, I think Sierra's going to join the Voter Accessibility Advisory Committee. We've got another self-advocate who's going to join the Transportation Committee at the county level. So, yeah, just a nice story about how our forum went. Does anyone have any questions?
No questions for Julia? Okay, there we go. Up next is Maui Island Subcommittee. Savannah.
Hello, everybody. Mine is the last report, the very, very last purple report in the book. I won't bore you guys with too many of the details since it's mostly just updating on everything that's current, but we have our upcoming Maui Legislative Forum event on August 11th. We have 6 legislators confirmed. Crossing our fingers, we might have a congressman there, so that's really exciting. But that's coming up really shortly, really, really shortly. It's kind of crazy to think about. But we've just been doing a lot of our same things, so growing our Maui Disability Alliance and our self-advocacy in Maui County. We had our fantastic training by Julia and Z, who came and trained our SPED department on self-advocacy, self-determination, supported decision-making, and ableism, which was fantastic. A lot of our other folks want to have that training as well, and the other islands, you guys should also have that training everywhere. It was fantastic. And then just continuing able account outreach, and as you guys all know, Maui's huge on emergency preparedness, so a lot of our efforts are a lot of emergency preparedness, feeling safe, being safe trainings. We will be partnering in the future with our Maui Emergency Management Agency to do a feeling safe, being safe training. And yeah, that's kind of what we've been up to. A lot of the same stuff, but just kind of growing our community there. Yeah, thanks everyone. Any questions at all? Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for all your updates. Next meeting is...
Do you have to really quick about the bylaws?
Oh, yeah, bylaws, the entry.
Okay, hi folks. So we did send out a survey in regards to the bylaws, and the 2 things that came up, and so if you guys could vote on that now, so we could just get this. If you guys are okay to put our annual meeting in June rather than July, so we could vote on the officers. If that's okay, Sierra, if you take a vote on that.
All right, so...
For the DD Council's annual meeting, the bylaws say it's in May.
Okay.
We're holding it in July. So maybe to compromise, because after the ledge, it's kind of hectic, if June, if that's okay with the folks here. It's your guys', it's up to you folks, though.
Can I get a vote for the next DD Council meeting, or our DD Council meetings to start being in June?
So the vote is to change our bylaws for our annual meeting to be held in June rather than May.
So can I get a vote for our annual meeting for June to be, or May to be in June, right? Did I say that right?
Hold up. Do you want to do it in May? Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if perhaps a DD council member might want to make a motion, and then they could have a second, and then you could take a vote?
Yep. That's what she's getting to.
Sorry. Can I get a motion for it to be in June? Can I get a second, please? Oh, that was Karen, right? Sorry. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. All right. Yes, Melissa?
Can we make clarification of what the bylaws state? So I think we need additional information before we vote on the motion. Yes, page 6 of your white section. So following the state plan, our bylaws are included. Page 6, under Article 6, under business meetings. It says the council shall conduct its business meeting on the last Monday of every 2 months, beginning in July. And so I think that understanding where our monthly meetings fall, right? And that the business meeting held in the month of May is the annual. And so I think it is because the governor appointments, and because prior to this in Article 4 under membership, it specifies how people get appointed to the council and how you fill vacant terms and who is part of council. So council nominations don't finish until the end of the legislative term and governor appointments. So I think that's why May was considered the annual, because it was when you could actually get appointed into a term to start serving in July 1st. So I just want to make sure that we are not putting anything else in jeopardy in terms of when the term limits start and how we are affecting how and who gets voted into officers. So I think maybe it's just additional clarification on the language. So prior to vote, sorry, Chris, and I guess maybe I'm thinking whether this has to go for additional discussion before vote.
So that's my question. If we move it to June, then how does it impact the voting for officers, whatnot? I'm not sure, so, or does it?
Well, we could change it to every 3 months so that we have a lot more to to discuss.
I think this shows that we could talk about this in greater detail. So what you're saying is true. So being that the bylaws say May, we just wanted a little bit more time. That's why we said June. July was too late because the officers might be gone at the end of June. So technically July 1, we wouldn't have officers. So that's why we feel July was not appropriate. But again, we could have more discussion about this. I think what Sierra was alluding to is that we haven't been meeting every other month. We changed it to every third month. So it looks like we have to take a little bit bigger dive in this. And we could do this through emails as well. Or we could call yes, Melissa.
So the bylaws state it's every 2 months on a quarterly basis. So I think that the every 2 months is actually referring to meeting 1 month, 2 month, meeting, that would be a quarterly. So I think it is with the frequency that we are describing. I think the issue is that it says that it starts in July. So if the annual meeting is held in June, and that's what's specified, and we move it from May to June, then what happens that on a quarterly basis, that would be beginning in September. Because it's changing the dates and the timing of when the annual and the regular business meetings then occur.
So there's two discussions. One, our annual meeting, if it's held in July, but we could have our voting June.
But then it's moving back when we have our business meetings.
You guys are getting your steps into this so big time. Can we keep it in? Like, I understand why it's not in May currently because it's such a work heavy time, right? But is it impossible to do it in May, to go back to what was in the bylaws? Is that reasonable? Because then you don't have to change the calendar going forward, and we do fulfill the bylaws, and we don't have to get into changing up. Does that make sense? if we did at the end of May. I don't know. I'm deferring now to the folks who are waiting for, things to close down in one place so they can work on other things in another place. So
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of nodding yes. So yes. So just leave it as is. Okay. It's on.
Melissa, just for clarity, so we are okay holding our meetings every quarter, as the way it's read.
So according to Article 6, Section 1, under business meetings, that we shall conduct our business meetings on the last Monday of every 2 months on a quarterly basis, beginning in July.
Okay.
And so knowing that the annual meeting is going to be in May, so the business meetings will start in July, because we have to then make sure that officers, because by bylaws, they get voted in May at the annual and start serving their terms July.
Okay. I see a lot of. We're going to leave it as is? All right. Another question? Yeah.
Sorry, as you can see that I'm reading, and so maybe that we would want to change the bylaws and make an amendment under Article 5, Officers and Duties, because it actually says that the nominations will be held at a regular business meeting in March. And I think that because the appointments are not finalized till May, that I would maybe make a motion to change that nominations can be made and voting at the annual meeting in May instead of March.
So are we going to make a motion? Can I get a motion, please? Okay. Josh? And then second, please. Thank you, Karen. And thank you, Brandy. Okay. Julia, you had a question?
Oh, it was just a point of order that the previous motion wasn't withdrawn. And so this motion will be an amendment.
Okay. So we're going back to that one? Let's
just be clear on the minutes on
what's
actually the motion. So just to clarify for minutes, that the original motion to change the date of the annual meeting was amended to change the date of when nominations for officers can be held, to changing that to the month of May. And the dates and timing of the annual and regular business meetings will remain unchanged in the bylaws.
Okay. All right. That's good. Anything else? Anybody? No? Now, do you want to continue the bylaws? Okay. Now, what was that? Did we vote already?
Clarify.
Did we take that vote? Not yet.
They had a first and second, then you have to vote.
Okay. Can we vote, please? On all in favor for changing? Okay. All opposed? Okay, so we change. Okay.
And ask Amanda if she could get a thumbs up online.
Amanda, would I be able to get a thumbs up online, please? Okay, agree. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right.
Interns, you guys want to say anything?
Yes.
I just love to do that. Okay, any other announcements, anybody?
All right, any other announcements, anybody? All right, so our next meeting is going to be October 26th at 1 p.m. Here at the Homer Maxey Conference Center or on Zoom. All right, Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.